Time, baby, dinner time. Dinner time. Get this show on the road. Get to the moolah. And then had a phenomenal lunch. Phenomenal. I damn near could have hit. I think I could have hit 200 if just for lunch alone. I think I could have hit $200. But by the time 2 o'clock came, I think I could have hit 2 o'clock, but I stopped at 1. I got some big orders today. I can't even count. I got some great big orders today. Huge. I got some of them throwback caters today. Getting them 40 balls today. 40 balls. I'm about to turn off all the shopping page and stuff. I'm about to turn all that off right now. Shopping, deliver, all turning all that off. Alcohol. Lunchtime come, turn that crap off. I always turn that off during the busy, during dinner and lunch. You turn all the shopping pay and alcohol shit off. Don't get me wrong, you can get some good orders, but you're not gonna get the biggest orders at those times, because that's the time people are hungry and want to eat. So it ain't no point of having that on. You be getting them little when you passing up more money. But some people just do this to stay busy. I don't. I like making big wops. And it's crazy that yesterday was one of my lowest earning days. I've been talking about I worked all day on DoorDash. And I didn't work half the time today. I didn't even work half the time as I worked yesterday, and I made more money today. And not even half the time as I worked on DoorDash yesterday. Probably, what, 3 hours max on DoorDash, maybe 4 when you consider, you know how they do the active time and what they call it, the active time and the dash time. I think they do. Well, even in my dash, even in the time that my active time, I probably was doing Lyft. I can't get up out of here. So today is just the win. I don't even got the DoorDash app on right now. I'm driving back to my zone. I usually just pop it up, just throw it on anywhere I'm at, but I ain't doing it today. I'm driving back to where I know the order's gonna be popping, and 9 times out of 10 they're gonna have a good tip on them. But you gotta know though. Yesterday was one of them days. I truly believed it yesterday. That they say every day ain't gonna be a good day, and I dang on it. I didn't. I felt it yesterday. As far as DoorDash go. completion rate up a little bit, got my acceptance rate up a little bit. I got I ain't gonna say a lot of wiggle room, but I can wiggle something. I took them bad orders this morning, man. Shit, I took some horrifying orders this morning. Absolute horrifying orders. This traffic bad, man. It feel like school still. Like this traffic still like it was without school. I'm telling you. I know it'd be 10 times more traffic, but this feel the same. As if school was in. This traffic is backed up. My lives keep going dead, so YouTube just be turning them off. So whenever they turn them off, I don't care to go back live. I don't even care. When they turn it off, it's over with me. I ain't about to keep going back live. My live crash is just, hey, I'll be wanting to stay live long as I'm dashing. As long as I'm dashing, I'll be live. But I don't know why it be going. I don't know why it be crashing. I don't know because I be going to certain areas or what. I don't be talking crazy. It just turn off. If it just crash and the next 5 minutes and go off, I ain't going back live, not for today. If I would have stayed on live earlier, boy, I would have showed y'all some bangers. Bangers. Some absoluters. I need to watch that new Big Job. He started his new season of Lesbian Homies. I love that. I love that series, the Lesbian Homies series. 18 miles. God damn, this is an hour. Make me a shake later on with the portable shake maker smoothie. Make me a smoothie. I can't even say shake. Make me a smoothie. Live, just for you. I'm the best smoothie maker, man. I'm better than Smoothie King, all that. I make me about 3 or 4 smoothies for $6. And I've been paying $14, $15, some odd dollars for their smoothies. Motherfuckers driving like they about to ram somebody or something. I might start turning up in there. I'm about to start turning through that store and going out. See if we can go crazy for this dinner shift though. I still ain't turned the DoorDash app on. ain't turning it on till I get over there where all rich stuff at. I made my mind up. I ain't starting my dashes up anywhere. Only rich areas. I start them up in any zone, but I'm only starting them up where I know the rich restaurants at. From now on, if I'm in the hood, I'm drop off in the hood, or there ain't no good restaurants around wherever. It ain't gotta be the hood. There ain't no high quality restaurants where I know I like getting them big orders from. I ain't doing it no more. Fuck that. I'm just done with doing it. I'm going with rich folk, even though they be having some bad orders too. I just ain't. I'm still going with, you know, my highest percent chances are getting a good order. That's just why I'm at with it. So I'm just do that from now on. I drive a little 5, 10, 15 minutes. Cool. At the time, it ain't number 5:19. Damn, 37 miles an hour, 13 minutes. That's what for $22. I wouldn't ever drive nobody no hour away. No, $22. I thought they said, I could have sworn I watched something on YouTube about Lyft saying it was gonna go up for the base pay. This shit ain't went up. This shit still $2.29. DoorDash, like my boy PJ be saying, DoorDash. DoorDash. Just pop that DoorDash on, you pop that boy up on there. My zone the hottest too. I don't even care about no hot zone and none of this shit. My zone is the hottest. I ain't never know. I don't chase peak pay. We don't even got no peak pay in this zone. But they got peak pay in the next zone. We got like $1 peak pay, but I don't care about. Man, I do not care about that. I never chase no peak pay. If it ain't like $5 or something, I ain't chasing no peak pay.
You've got mail.
First orders, it's decent. $13, 6.8 miles. I'll take it. I'll take it, shit. Look, why not? Would you take this order? I'm taking it. Shit. First order of the day too. It's taking me with other good restaurants.
Drive west on Post Oak.
So I don't have no problem. It's one of my favorite restaurants we going to. I done got some big $100, down there $200 orders from where I'm going. Going to that. My phone ain't charging. I'm so charging me to be detecting moisture. What? Moisture? I hate when they do that, man. Can't charge my phone. I'll charge my headphone. Can't charge my phone. And this traffic backed up, G. Man, I seen the dude yesterday on the e-bike that I want, man. That mug was big. That mug was beautiful. He was scared to ride that mug, man. That's all I seen. He was just scared to ride that mug. That's my work. Let's see if we do that same thing. Still doing the moisture. Shit. Man, this traffic is bad. Look at this shit. I don't appear to be moving because shit, I ain't. Shit, I'm stuck in traffic. The fuck? You don't appear to be headed to the restaurant. Shut the fuck up. Insane. They up there talking about you don't appear to be headed to the fuck they got going on blocking the damn street, man? Fucking dumbass people, man. Always doing some nut ass shit. I don't want nobody. 92 degrees out here. Feel like it's hotter than that though. Maggianos. Bitch ass nigga. Look like he wants some smoke or something. I don't know motherfucking smoke. Smoke, that's what you don't, bro. Not with a nigga like me. Trying to make me go the longest way ever. 21 minutes. Hell no. not following this app's directions. I done learned my lesson. They deliberately send you the longest ways, G. I'm looking at this shit, where this shit going. This shit shouldn't take me no more than 10 or 15 minutes. At the most. But they want me to go get on that backed up ass freeway. Why? Why do this? Why? Please explain to me that. Why? I'm not going that way. See, usually I just used to put the directions in and going where they tell me to go. I ain't doing that no more. Why would I get on that freeway this time? I don't know why I'm just not starting to catch on to that, but it makes no sense to get on that freeway. It's gonna have you all day. Another thing that's crazy to me is like how these big women be wearing all these tight ass clothes like y'all not fat. Like what the fuck? We can't see y'all big ass bellies that's tucked in them pants. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Women out here on another level of delusion, be real. This lady could have been walk across this street. She tripping with us. Coming down, I'm about to run it up. I'm about to run it up. Look at these stupid ass motherfuckers. Stupid ass bitch on that phone, man. These motherfuckers, man. These terrible drivers everywhere, man. Lyft been sending me them notifications talking about, hey, you been canceling too much, man. Hey, I'm gonna cancel many more. Many more. I ain't got time to be picking up people with their groceries. I'm trying to pick up somebody that's trying to get in and out. Not no extra shit. Not in this for that. They need to have specific, they need to have it on there. They need to have it pick up people with groceries because that shit there be ridiculous. Light is green, man. Why y'all don't be going? This motherfucker stay in this same lane, man. Going down curving because I ain't got to worry about no laws. Trying to pull a nigga over all day. Yeah, bad. That's they were trying to get me to get on that damn freeway. That freeway not moving at all. They sitting up there trying to get me on that shit. Crazy as hell, man. Crazy as hell, boy. Damn, boy, this traffic bad than a bitch. Oh, I'm on the wrong lane. See, this Buffalo Speedway ain't. Oh, shit. We just let the man get in and not try to cut him off. That's how you work together right there. That's the best driver I've seen in Houston since forever. Ain't going down on Buffalo Speedway. This shit dead. Go down curving, not Buffalo Speedway. I go down anyway, but not Buffalo Speedway. Yeah, to the north. Got them goddamn laws. it's 2. Just give me 3.5 minutes. Maybe even 4. Should be married now. Yeah. Slow driving ass motherfuckers, man. Damn, they gonna make us miss the light, man. Water still being stuck in traffic on that freeway. She say 10 minutes, but I ain't got no 10 minutes. This nigga about to have a badass wreck. No signal, nothing, just trying to turn in somebody's lane with his dumb ass. Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. How bad of a driver these people just be driving? Stupid. A woman should have known him, of course. What else? I'm one of them ones. Trying to get some goddamn where. $10,000 lightning bobs. Take me away from here. Oh man, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Like once you mess up, that's it. Game over. Dream buried. Potential wasted. But that's not how winners think. That's not how warriors operate. That's not how legends are made. You see, failure only becomes real when you surrender, when you throw in the towel, when you stop swinging. But if you fall and get back up, that's not failure, that's resilience. If you take a hit and learn from it, that's not a loss, that's wisdom. If you get rejected and return stronger, louder, sharper, that's not defeat, that's transformation. The truth is, there's no such thing as failure for the man who refuses to stay down. Only feedback, only redirection, only the fire that forges you into something unstoppable. Every setback isn't a sign to quit, it's a test, a challenge, a call to rise higher than you were before. Every stumble is teaching you how to walk like a king. Every wrong turn is guiding you to the right path with a stronger spine. Pain is part of the process. Disappointment is part of the climb. You don't learn from winning, you learn from losing. Let's cut through the noise. Everyone loves the win, the medal, the spotlight, the applause. But let me ask you something. What did your last victory really teach you? Did it stretch your limits? Did it expose your weaknesses? Did it humble you? Did it make you question who you are? No. It just felt good. And feeling good doesn't make you strong.
out here grinding, trying to get it.
Feeling pain does. Getting knocked down does. Being counted out and then rising from the dirt, that's what sharpens the blade. Because the truth is, you don't grow when you're winning. You grow when you're hurting. It's when you've just failed. When your plans just collapsed. When your body's tired, your mind's doubting, and the world's silent, that's when you're either built or broken. And most men, they break, they hide, they make excuses, they point fingers, they look for soft ground to rest on. But not you. Not if you want to be great. Not if you want to build something bigger than comfort. The men who win long term are the ones who treat losing like a masterclass. They don't avoid it, they study it, they embrace it, they use it. Because every time they fall, they stand up taller. Every time they fail, they return more dangerous. Every L adds fuel to the fire. You want to know what separates the weak from the warriors? It's not talent, it's not luck, it's not intelligence, it's response. What do you do after you lose? That's the moment that defines you. You can lie there in the dirt, cry about it, feel sorry for yourself, or you can rise like a savage, like a man on a mission, like a storm. You think the champions, the titans, the legends of this world made it by walking on smooth roads? Hell no. They walked through hell. They failed thousands of times. They've been mocked, doubted, betrayed, laughed at. And you know what? They kept going. Because they knew something most men don't. A man who's never lost is a man who's never pushed far enough. If you're scared to lose, you'll never take the kind of risks that change your life. You'll stay average. You'll stay safe. You'll stay small. And the world does not reward safe. You want power? You want freedom? You want to walk into a room and own it? Then start by owning your failures, because every time you lose and you don't quit, you become more unstoppable. You grow more focused, more lethal, more dangerous, more unshakable. You learn how to adapt. You learn how to endure. You learn how to grind when everything inside you is screaming to quit. That's where warriors are made. Not on the podium, not in the winner's circle, but in the trenches. Where your heart is breaking, but your feet keep moving. Where you're broke, beat, exhausted, but still sharpening your edge. Where nobody's watching, but you're still showing up like your life depends on it. Because it does. You're not just chasing some trophy. You've got mail. 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 You're chasing the man you could become. The one inside of you that doesn't settle. The one who refuses to die ordinary. You think strength comes easy? It doesn't. It's earned. With pain. With patience. With losses. With late nights and lonely mornings. It's forged in rejection, in failure, in resistance, in discipline, in getting up again when you swore you had nothing left. So yeah, you're gonna fail. You're gonna fall. You're gonna lose. Good. That's the point. Lose with purpose. Fail forward. Fall like a man with fire in his chest because you were never meant to be ordinary. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to play it safe, sit in the corner. and hope for a lucky break. You were meant to rise. You were meant to conquer. You were meant to take the punches and keep moving forward like a soldier chasing destiny. So don't run from your losses. Don't hide from your scars. Don't pray for easy. Pray for strength. Pray for the storm. Because the storm is where you become him. The man who's fallen and risen so many times, he doesn't fear the fall anymore. Because he knows every time he gets up, he's stronger than the man who never fell. And that's the one thing winning can't teach you. Each failure brings you closer. You're frustrated, you're tired. You gave it everything you had, and it still wasn't enough. You did the work, you made the sacrifice, you believed, and somehow it still fell apart. Feels unfair, doesn't it? That's where most people stop. That's where they throw their hands in the air and say, maybe I'm just not cut out for this. But you're not most people. Because what you don't see right now is this. That failure, that mess, that moment of collapse, that is the fire that forges men. Success isn't supposed to come easy. It's not supposed to be smooth, clean, or predictable. It's supposed to break you so you can rebuild yourself stronger, sharper, wiser, unstoppable. They told you that failure is the opposite of success, that if you fail, you're doing it wrong. That's the biggest lie you've ever been sold. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is the pathway. It is the process. It is the price. You're not starting from zero. You're starting from experience, from pain, from fire. Every scar on your journey, that's not damage. That's data. You've seen what doesn't work. You've felt the sting of loss. You've watched things collapse, and you're still standing. You know what that makes you? Dangerous. Because now, you've got an edge. You've been through the storm and survived. And survival breeds something priceless. Grit. The guys who win, they're not smarter. They're not luckier. They just stayed in the fight when others tapped out. That's it. The winners are the ones who could have quit but didn't. Because they knew every no brings them closer to a yes. Every door slammed shut just means they're one step closer to the one that opens. Every single failure sharpens the blade. You're not broken. You're building. This is the season where you get toughened, where your hands get rough, where your back gets strong, because this pain isn't punishment. It's preparation. Remember this, there is no education like adversity. And here's the truth most people run from. Every time you take the shot and miss, you get better. Every time you fall flat, you learn where your limits are and how to destroy them. And when you've failed enough, something inside of you changes. You stop chasing permission. You stop waiting for the perfect time. You stop playing soft, and you start becoming a machine. One that keeps showing up, keeps swinging, keeps rising, no matter how many times life knocks you down. This world does not respect comfort. It respects men who get up when it makes no sense to. When you failed 1,000 times and you still show up with that fire in your chest, that's rare. That's power. That's masculinity in its purest form. Let them say, he's not gonna make it. Because when you rise from the ashes again and again, you become someone they can't predict, someone they can't understand, someone they can't stop. You become the man they never saw coming. You've come too far to break now, too far to crawl backwards, too far to let failure be your finish line. So don't flinch, don't fold, and don't you dare quit. Because every failure is just a layer peeled off the weak version of you, until what's left is iron, is unshakable, is the man you were born to become. So embrace it, welcome the losses, let them come, let them test you, because every failure brings you closer to your moment, to your victory, to your rise. And when that moment comes, you'll know it was all worth it. So keep going, keep failing, keep growing, monsters are built. Failure builds the monster they can't stop. You think failure means you're not good enough? You think losing is something to be ashamed of? No. Failure is the beginning of becoming someone they can't handle. Every time life humbles you, you evolve. Every time they count you out, you build in silence. Every time you fall flat on your face, you upgrade. Because every setback is shaping your future strength. You've been lied to. They told you winning makes you strong. But that's not the full truth. Winning reveals your power. But losing creates it. You want to be a monster? You want to be unstoppable? Then embrace this. You get stronger through the pain. You become lethal in the losses. You rise like a savage from the ashes of failure. Every failure is your gym. It's your battleground. It's your proving ground. Every rejection, that's your sharpening stone. That's life asking, how bad do you really want it? Every betrayal, every loss, every time you were overlooked, they weren't setbacks. They were setups. Setups to build the man you were always meant to become. You don't build monsters in comfort. You build them in chaos. You build them in storms that destroy the weak. So let them doubt you. Let them say you're finished. Let them think the failure broke you. Because while they sleep peacefully, you're in the trenches turning pain into progress. You're training when no one claps. You're bleeding when no one watches. You're coming back from hell with fire in your eyes. This is what separates boys from men. This is what separates the average from the elite. Most people fail and run. Most people lose and blame the world. Most people give up when it gets dark, but not you. You fail and you fuel up. You lose and you learn. You're not scared of pain. You invite it. You smile when it hurts. You grind when it's lonely. You fight when you're drained. Because you're not built like the rest. You're not chasing motivation. You're chasing domination. This world doesn't hand out greatness. It's earned in the shadows. It's earned in moments where everything screams stop. But you don't. They don't see the nights you stay up with nothing but your thoughts and your hunger. They don't feel the pressure of having no one believe in you but still showing up. They don't understand what it means to fight battles you can't explain. That's why they'll never be you. Because you keep going. You refuse to die. And every single time you get back up, you grow more dangerous. You're not just building a resume, you're building a legend. And legends aren't built on comfort, they're built on crushing resistance. Let failure teach you. Let it scar you. Let it forge you into a man who doesn't flinch. You are not here to take part. You're here to take over. And failure is your weapon, not your weakness. You want strength? Go fail. You want greatness? Go lose. You want to be the one they can't stop? Then get comfortable in the fire. Because real monsters aren't born. They're made in the furnace of failure. They're made when the pain hits different. When life tries to break you and you break the limits instead. When you stare at rock bottom and smile. Because you know this is where it begins. There's a version of you buried under fear, rejection, and defeat. And every time you rise again, you dig him out. You build him piece by piece, stronger, smarter, colder, until one day, you don't even recognize who you used to be, because the soft is gone, the doubt is gone, the weakness is dead. Let failure build you into the man they can't stop. Let it build the monster. Let it make you invincible. Success isn't for the perfect, it's for the relentless. Let's get something straight right now. Success doesn't care if you're perfect. It doesn't care about your flawless image, your polished plan, or your highlight reel. Success wants blood, sweat, scars, repetition, discipline, ruthless drive. It's not handed to the lucky, it's not gifted to the talented. It's earned by the relentless, the ones who keep showing up even when everything hurts, even when no one believes in them, even when the scoreboard shows 0, even when their own mind whispers it's over. You don't need to have it all together. You just need to have the guts to keep moving forward. Perfection is a fantasy. Relentlessness is reality. You will fall. You will fail. You will embarrass yourself, but none of that matters if you rise one more time than you fall. Because that's where the shift happens. That's when the average man becomes a savage. That's when the doubted becomes the dangerous. That's when the loser becomes the legend. Success respects persistence, not polish. You think the ones at the top never failed? Hell no. They failed so many times they lost count, but they didn't flinch. They didn't whine. They didn't post about it online. They got up, tightened their jaw, and said, "Let's go again." That's what separates beasts from boys. Every no you hear is a doorway. Every mistake is a sharpened edge in your arsenal. Every rejection is fuel. Let it burn. Let it rage. Let it mold you into someone unbreakable. They laughed at you? Let them. They doubted you? Good. They walked away? Perfect. Because when it's all said and done, when the dust settles, you'll still be standing. Not because it was easy, but because you refuse to back down. You want to know the real secret? Success is less about how good you are and more about how much you can take and keep going. It's about dragging yourself forward when your legs are screaming. It's about staying in the fight when every voice says quit. It's about showing up on the days you don't feel like it, especially on those days. You know who wins? The one who's willing to bleed for it, the one who stares failure in the face and says, "You'll have to kill me to stop me." Because if you're still showing up, you're still dangerous. If you're still in motion, you're still a threat. If you haven't quit, you're still in the game. And if you're still in the game, you can still win. So don't chase perfection, it's a ghost. Chase progress, chase power, chase pressure. Be the guy who doesn't fold, be the guy who doesn't whine, be the guy who doesn't need applause, be the silent force, be the one who just keeps coming. Because when the world realizes you don't break, it starts to move out of your way. And here's the cold truth most people will never understand. Failure only exists if you quit. If you keep going, then every loss becomes a lesson. Every mistake becomes momentum. Every bad day becomes fuel for the fire. Let the rest chase shortcuts. Let the rest chase comfort. Let the rest quit when it gets tough. You endure. You evolve. You dominate. You want the crown. Earn it with grit. Earn it with scars. Earn it by walking through hell and coming out with fire in your eyes. Because success is not for the perfect, it's for the relentless. So show them what that word really means. Get up, lock in, burn forward, and never ever back down. If you're still watching, you're not average. You're built different. You're built for this. Failure's not the end. It's part of the process. Step by step, loss by loss. This is how you build yourself. So if this hit home, like the video, subscribe if you're about progress, not perfection. And drop the word invincible in the comments to show you stayed till the end and you don't fold when it gets hard. See you in the next one. Stay moving. Stay sharp. Everybody wants results, but the second it gets hard, most people quit. They want the success, but not the sacrifice. The body, but not the pain. The freedom, but not the grind. But here's the truth. If it's easy, it's not worth it. Because anything that comes easy doesn't last, and anything that lasts never comes easy. You want strength, you're gonna bleed for it. You want respect, you'll earn it in silence when no one's watching. You want to win, then get ready to suffer when most people sleep. Everything worth doing is hard. That's the price. That's the barrier. That's what separates the weak from the relentless. You don't grow in comfort. You grow in the fire. When you want to quit, but keep pushing. When your mind says stop, but your heart says go. That's where men are made. So stop searching for the easy way. There isn't one. If it's easy, it's not worth it. And if it's worth it, you better be ready to bleed for it. Most people break when it gets hard. That's where you rise. That's where you separate. Let's talk about what separates winners from the rest. It's not skill, it's not luck, it's not motivation. It's what you do when everything goes dark. It's what you do when the hype dies down, when no one's watching, when the dopamine wears off, when it stops being fun and starts being war. Because everybody's loud when they're fresh. Everybody's a lion when the sun's out. Everybody's got that grind set when it's convenient. But life doesn't care about your vibe. Life doesn't care about your playlist, your followers, or your intentions. Life is coming to test your spirit. And it doesn't knock. It kicks the door in. No warning, no mercy, no shortcuts. The second you start chasing something real, something that matters, life shows up with a bat and says, let's see how bad you really want it. It'll throw failure in your face. It'll strip away your comfort. It'll isolate you. It'll break your rhythm. And it's in that moment, that brutal, silent, lonely moment, that most people fold. They start looking for plan B. They blame the economy, their childhood, their genetics. They say, maybe it just wasn't meant for me. Nonsense. They didn't fail because they weren't capable. They failed because they were never willing to go all in. But you're not here for comfort. You're not here to exist. You're here to dominate, to earn your place, to become something they said you couldn't. And guess what? That road, that mission, it's not going to be easy. It's not supposed to be, because easy doesn't change you. Easy doesn't transform boys into men. Easy doesn't forge warriors. Easy doesn't demand everything from you. And that's exactly what greatness requires. You want power, you want freedom, you want to walk into any room and own it because you earned it, then understand this. Hard is the path, hard is the point, hard is the process that rips away weakness, distraction, laziness, and comfort. It strips away the fluff. It forces you to face your own reflection and ask, am I really about this? Or am I just pretending? Most people pretend. They like the idea of success, not the sacrifice. They want the reward, not the responsibility. They want the praise, not the pressure. But pressure is the only way you become more. Pressure is the only way to unlock your edge. Pressure is the only place your real self is revealed. Masculinity isn't born in pleasure, it's born in pain. When your hands are dirty, when your body's exhausted, when your soul is screaming for rest but you keep pushing, that's when you earn your name. You think legends are made in peace? No, they are made in war. Made in the moments when the body gives up but the spirit refuses to. And the best part? Most won't do it. They'll stay on the sidelines, talking, dreaming, complaining, living life in neutral, hoping things work out. Not you. You were built for more. Let it sharpen your focus. Let it feed your hunger. Let it remind you you're still alive. You're still in the fight. You're still becoming him. And that version of you, the one you keep seeing in your head, the one who walks tall, unshakable, untouchable, he's real. But he's waiting at the end of the pain. So suffer now, so you can live free later. In the end, the hard path becomes the only path. There will come a day when you're standing at the top, breathing heavier, heart pounding louder, body scarred from the battles you fought, but standing strong. And in that moment of silence, in that calm after the war, you'll finally understand. Every hard thing you ever did was worth it. Not just worth it, it was necessary, essential. The price you had to pay to become something more. You won't smile thinking about the times you coasted. You won't be proud of the times you took it easy, sat back, relaxed. No, you'll remember the early mornings where your bed begged you to stay. The late nights grinding in silence while everyone else slept. The pain in your chest when you pushed yourself beyond your limits. The doubt that crept into your head and the decision to fight through it anyway. You'll remember the grind, the blood, the sweat, the fear, the silence, the setbacks that almost broke you, the moments that screamed you're not good enough, and your refusal to listen. That's what sticks with you, not the comfort, not the easy wins, the fire, the fight, the war you had with yourself, because that's where you were forged, in the furnace of adversity, in the crucible of pressure when your back was against the wall and quitting was the easy option, but you didn't. That's when something inside you changed. That's when the boy died and the man was born. Let everyone else chase shortcuts. Let them waste their lives running from difficulty. Let them live soft, settle early, fade quietly, but not you. You weren't built for that. You were built to struggle, to suffer with purpose, to climb while your legs shake, to bleed with your teeth clenched, to win not by luck, but by force. You were made to earn every inch of progress, every rep, every rejection, every early morning and every late night. You earned your growth with pain. You bought your strength with sacrifice, and you built your identity, one hard choice at a time. And one day, when you finally made it, when the world calls you lucky, you'll laugh. Because they didn't see the years behind the scenes. They didn't see the tears, the doubts, the sacrifices. They didn't see what it cost to get there. But you'll know you became the man you are because you took the path no one wanted. Because you said yes to the pain, yes to the pressure, yes to the discipline, yes to doing it the hard way, even when no one clapped for you. You'll realize the hard path wasn't an option. It was the only path that ever led anywhere real. It was the only way to the life you dreamed of. The only path that built your mindset, your confidence, your purpose. The hard path was the way. And what once felt impossible, what once felt unfair, cruel, too much to handle, now feels like a gift. Because it's the reason you're who you are. Not soft, not scared, not small, but relentless, ruthless with your growth, unshakable in your pursuit. A man of substance, not just image. And that's what sets you apart. You didn't run from difficulty. You walked into it with your head high and your fists clenched. You didn't fear the weight. You threw it on your back and carried it anyway. You didn't wish for an easier life. You built the strength to handle a hard one, and that's why you'll win. Because in the end, when all the games are over and all the masks come off, the hard path becomes the only path, the only one that leaves you proud, the only one that builds real strength, the only one that changes you from the inside out. So if you're walking it now, keep walking. If it's heavy, good. That means it matters. If it's lonely, good. That means you're doing something different. And if it hurts, perfect. That means you're alive in the fire. Keep going. You're on the right path. And one day, you'll look back with pride and say, choice. Lock in or stay average. No more running from it. No more excuses. You know you've been coasting. You know you've been holding back, and now it's time to get serious. Because here's the truth. You only get one shot at this version of you. Not the future version, not the someday version. This one, right now. And if you don't lock in now, if you don't focus up, show up, and give it everything you've got, you'll miss it. Not because you weren't capable, but because you never committed. You waited, you hesitated, you let comfort win. And all that does, it leads to regret, not the regret of failure, but the regret of knowing you never gave it your all. That's what hits the hardest. So this is your moment to flip the switch. Lock in on your goals. Lock in on your habits. Lock in on your growth. Forget waiting for motivation. Forget the perfect timing. Forget the backup plan. Lock in and make this season count, because the clock is ticking and nobody's coming to save you. It's on you to show up, to level up, to lock in and give this moment everything you've got. So don't waste it. Don't let another day go by with half effort. Lock in and become the man you were built to be. You can't cheat the grind. Everybody wants the prize. The victory, the glory, the recognition, the respect. Everybody wants to walk across the stage with their hands raised, taking the applause, feeling the weight of their achievement. But you know what most people don't get? You don't get that kind of life by simply wanting it. You don't get that prize by just wishing for it. You get it by earning it. And here's where the truth hits. They want the body without the discipline. They want the success without the sacrifice. They want the fame without the foundation. They want the results without the reps, the sweat, the hours, and the grind. But let me tell you something. Life doesn't play like that. The grind doesn't care about your excuses. It doesn't care about how tired you are. It doesn't care if you didn't sleep well. It doesn't care about your hard day or your long week. It doesn't care if you've been through something tough. It's a brutal truth, but that's just how life works. The grind knows to sneak past it, hoping that you can get by without putting in the work. But guess what? It won't let you off hook. The grind demands everything. It demands discipline when you don't feel like it. It demands consistency when you want to quit. It demands sacrifices when others are taking the easy road. It demands pain when others are trying to avoid it. So ask yourself, are you showing up like someone who deserves the success? Or are you just trying to sneak by, doing the minimum, hoping that's enough to get you across the finish line? Because you can't fake the grind. The grind doesn't care if you think you've put in enough effort. It doesn't care about your potential or how good you think you can be. It only cares about what you've done. What have you done today to earn your spot? What are you doing right now to get to the next level? You see, if you're not all in, if you're not giving it everything you've got mail. 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 You've got, then don't act surprised when you don't see the results. Don't complain when you're still stuck in the same place, when you're still grinding without progress. The grind isn't about how hard you work when you're feeling good, when you're pumped up, when everything is going your way. It's about showing up when the lights are low, when the world is quiet, when nobody's watching. It's about pushing through when your body is screaming for rest, when your mind is telling you to quit. It's about doing it anyway. It's about showing up even when you're not feeling motivated, even when you want to pull the covers over your head and escape for just one more day. This is where the winners are made. This is where the real transformation happens. This is where champions are built. Not in the moments when everything is easy, but in the moments when everything is hard. When the weight feels too heavy, when the road feels too long, when the battle feels like it's too much to win. That's when the grind reveals who you really are. And you better believe the grind won't care if you quit. It'll just keep going. It'll keep moving forward whether you're in it or not. It won't stop for you to catch your breath. It doesn't wait. So stop waiting for a perfect moment. Stop waiting for things to align. Stop waiting for motivation to hit you like a wave, because it's never going to come like that. It's time to lock in. It's time to get to work. Stop pretending you can cheat the system. The grind doesn't care about your past failures, your past victories, or your reasons. It cares about what you do right now, and right now it's time to show up every single day. It's time to give it everything you've got. Do not stop until you have earned what you came for. You want the prize? Then pay the price. No excuses, just work. Lock in or stay average. Here's the truth you might not want to hear. You can't be great and distracted at the same time. It's impossible. You can't achieve greatness while you're being pulled in every direction by distractions, by comfort, by excuses. Those things are the enemy of progress. You want success? You want to stand out? You want to make every moment count? You have to lock in. Lock in your focus. Lock in your mindset. Lock in your habits. Every single thing you do, every action you take, every thought you entertain has to serve the purpose of getting you closer to your goals. But listen, this is not a one-week thing. It's not a get hyped up for a month type of commitment. It's a way of living. You don't lock in just because you're feeling motivated today. No, you lock in for as long as it takes. That means no shortcuts, no quick fixes, no taking the easy way out. You're in it for the long haul, through the grind, the sweat, and even the pain. Here's the deal. You can't expect to get results by showing up half-hearted. You can't expect to dominate if you're constantly wavering, if you're distracted by all the things that don't matter, and that's what most people do. They're half in, thinking they'll get full results. They're setting themselves up to fail because they refuse to fully commit. But if you want something different, if you want to break free from the mediocrity that's holding you back, then you have to lock in. And that means doing the hard things when no one's looking. It means waking past your limits, to keep going, even when it feels like you've given all you have. That's what separates the winners from the losers. Locking in also means you're ruthless with your time. Time is your most valuable resource. Every second you waste is a second you'll never get back. Are you going to let those seconds slip away, or are you going to make every one of them count? You've got to be strategic with how you spend your time. Every task you do should push you toward your goal. Every action, every decision, every hour should be spent in service of your bigger vision. And here's the kicker. When you lock in, life will start moving with you. Things will start falling into place. People will start noticing. Opportunities will come. When you're fully committed, you attract everything that aligns with your goals. It's like the universe is conspiring to help you succeed, but you have to show up first. You have to be fully locked in, ready to take on whatever comes your way. But if you're still playing games, if you're still halfway in, still thinking you can get by without fully committing, you'll stay right where you are. You'll stay stuck in the same place, doing the same things, getting the same results. And you'll look around, wondering why everyone else is passing you by, wondering why you're not where you want to be. It's because you never locked in. You were too afraid to give it everything you've got. You can't be average and expect extraordinary results. The truth is, mediocrity is easy. It's comfortable. It's what everyone else does. But if you want something better, if you want to be great, if you want to be exceptional, you have to do what others won't. You have to lock in. You're going to face obstacles. You're going to face failure. You're going to face setbacks. But guess what? That's the game. Everyone faces it. The winners are the ones who don't back down. The winners are the ones who lock in, who embrace the grind, push through when the going gets tough. You have one shot at this life. One. Are you going to waste it, or are you going to lock in and go after everything you ever wanted? Are you going to let distractions, excuses, and fear hold you back? Or are you going to step up, lock in, and take control of your future? It's your choice. You either lock in, or you stay average. So which one is it? The clock is ticking. Your future is waiting. The time to lock in is now. One day, or day one, you choose. Let's get something straight. There's a moment in every man's life where he has to make a choice. Keep lying to yourself. Or face the mirror and say, it starts today. Because this one-day mindset, it's killing you. One day is the most dangerous phrase in your vocabulary. It sounds harmless, but it's poison in disguise. You tell yourself you'll start after the weekend, after the semester, after the pain goes away, after life gets easier, but in reality, it won't. Life doesn't slow down for you to catch up. It doesn't care about your schedule, your mood, or your excuses. It moves fast, and every time you say one day, you're getting left behind. You know what one day really means. It means never. It means you're scared. And that's fine if average is all you want. But if you've got that fire inside, if you've got a vision you can't shake, if there's a version of you that keeps whispering, you're meant for more, then this is the moment. This is where you either step up and choose day one, or you keep waiting for a future that'll never show up. Let's break it down. You can't cheat this. You can't take shortcuts to greatness. You can't manifest your way to the top. You can't just journal and hope things change. You've got to move with intention, with obsession, with the mindset of a man who's got no plan B. Because guess what? Nobody's coming to save you. Not your friends, not your family, not your teacher, your coach, your mentor. Nobody. It's just you and the decisions you make when no one's watching. Day one doesn't care how you feel. You don't have to feel ready. You don't need motivation. You need discipline. Discipline to start small, stay consistent, and never fold. Discipline to show up when you're tired, to train when you're unmotivated, to keep pushing when it feels like nothing's working. Because every time you do that, Every time you say, I'm locked in, no matter what, you build power, you build identity, you build self-respect, and let me tell you something. There is no drug on this planet stronger than self-respect. When you keep promises to yourself, when you grind in silence, when you make progress while the world's asleep, you become dangerous. You start thinking different, walking different, speaking different. You stop needing validation. You stop chasing attention. You stop caring about who's watching because you're focused on the mission. While everyone else is still saying, I'll start one day, you're stacking wins. You're stacking reps. You're stacking confidence. You're becoming a force. So what does day one actually look like?
Ready to meet you yet, but the truth is you are ready. Not perfect, not fully prepared, but ready enough to start, and that's all you ever need. Day one starts with one decision, a line in the sand, a mental switch that says, I don't care how long it takes. I don't care how hard it gets. I'm not waiting another second. I'm building now. One day or day one. This isn't just a cool phrase, it's the choice you face every single day when you wake up. Are you going to keep putting your dreams off? Hit snooze? Stay comfortable? Stay average? Or are you finally going to choose the hard path? The focused path, the real path, the one that takes discipline, effort, and sacrifice, but builds you into someone unstoppable. You want the body, the success, the money, freedom, confidence, respect? Then stop waiting. Because one day is just an excuse. And time isn't slowing down for you. The only time you truly have is right now. So take control. Go all in. No holding back, no more talking. It's time to do. This is day one. The real beginning. No fear, no delay, no more being average. Lock in. Give it your all, and if it gets hard, push harder, because the person who chooses day one becomes the one the world never forgets. Don't let another year go by half-focused. Don't let potential be the only thing people remember you for. Don't be that person who talked big, dreamed loud, but never actually did it. Be the one who showed up. Be the one who locked in when it was hard. Be the one who didn't wait for motivation, but moved with discipline. Be the one who gave everything, even when it wasn't easy, even when nobody was clapping. Because when they
You've got mail. You've got mail.
ask how you made it, when they look at you with that mix of awe and curiosity, trying to figure out what your secret was, you tell them the truth. I stopped waiting. I stopped wishing, I stopped playing small, I locked in, and I gave it everything I had. No shortcuts, no cheat codes, just focus, hunger, and relentless commitment. And if you're still here, if something in you clicked, smash that like button. Hit subscribe, join the ones who finish what they start, and comment locked in below. So I know you're built different, not just a watcher, but a doer, a savage, and a winner. This isn't just content. This is a mindset, and we're just getting started, because you don't. Belief is the first weapon you ever build. It's not given, it's not taught, it's not inherited. You forge it in the dark, alone, before the spotlight, before the accolades. Before anyone sees your value, you have to believe in it yourself. That's the truth. And most people, they wait. They wait for someone to believe in them before they take action. But that's weakness. The elite don't wait. They declare. They look in the mirror and say, I don't care what I don't have yet. I'll earn it. I'll build it. I'll break through every wall if I have to, but I won't fold. Because that's what belief is. It's not soft. It's not a motivational quote. It's not standing in front of a mirror chanting affirmations. Belief is discipline in the dark. It's sacrifice when no one's watching. It's courage in moments of complete uncertainty. It's saying yes to the hard road again and again and again. When your body is done, belief says one more rep. When your mind wants out, belief says we're not finished. When everyone else is doubting, belief says watch me. Belief is your edge. And guess what? The world can smell it. When you walk into a room with belief in your blood, people feel it. It's in your posture, it's in your voice, it's in your eyes. You don't need to announce it, you live it. Because belief changes how you show up. And how you show up determines what you get. You show up weak, you get crushed. You show up unsure, you get overlooked. But when you show up with that lion heart, calm, fierce, focused, everything shifts. You become undeniable. And no, that doesn't mean you're perfect. That doesn't mean you're the most talented guy in the room. It means you're the one who won't quit, won't bend, won't run. You're the one who decided that average isn't an option. Look, you don't need the perfect plan. You don't need a head start. You don't need someone to pick you. You just need that fire inside you that says, this is my fight, this is my life, and I will not hand it over to fear, to doubt, to comfort, or to other people's opinions. You either believe you're the one, or you stay on the sidelines watching the ones who do. That voice in your head, and that's the key. It will either be your prison or your power. It will either tear you down or fuel your rise. It will either whisper, not good enough, or roar, get up and go again. So build that voice, train it, strengthen it, sharpen it. Because in the end, this world doesn't give out crowns. You take yours with your fists, with your mind, with your heart. And it all starts with a decision. I am him, I am the one. Not someday, not when things get easier, not when everything is perfect, right now, today. Because when you believe with every cell in your body that you were built for more, that you were meant to dominate, that you're not like the rest, you don't just show up different, you become different. Belief without action is just ego. Let's get one thing straight right now. Belief without action, that's not confidence. That's cowardice in disguise. It's easy to sit there and say, I'm built different. It's easy to post quotes, to talk about how hard you work, to say, I'm going to be great while your habits are average. Talking is cheap, grinding is gold. You think belief is enough? Belief means nothing unless you're ready to bleed for it. You want to stand on top of the mountain? You better be ready to climb through the storms, the setbacks, the pain, without whining, without stalling, without asking for permission. Believing you're the best means you move like it, not once a week, not when motivation shows up, but every damn day. You push when it's boring. You grind when it's lonely. You chase that edge until the world starts wondering if you're human. That's belief. Because belief, real belief, doesn't talk. It proves. It shows up in the early mornings, in the 6 a.m. workouts, and in the late night study sessions. Real belief is brutal. It's not pretty. It doesn't care if you're tired, scared, or not in the mood. It shows up anyway. It puts the hoodie on, laces the shoes, locks in. When your body screams stop, belief whispers we don't stop. When your friends say chill, you're doing too much, belief says I'm just getting started. When doubt creeps in, belief fights back. Not with words, but with reps, with hours, with scars. Because belief without action, that's just a lie you keep telling yourself so you don't have to face the truth. You're scared to put in the work. But listen to me now. The man who believes and builds, the man who says I can and proves it with blood, sweat, and obsession, that man is dangerous. That man is unstoppable. He doesn't need validation. He doesn't chase applause. He doesn't care what you think of his routine, his discipline, his obsession. He's not doing it for you. He's doing it for war. War against his past. War against every version of himself that was weaker, softer, lazier. And every day he wins that war by showing up. Not loud, not flashy, not emotional, just savage, just locked in, just dangerous. Because belief with action, that's not belief anymore. That's a weapon. It builds a man that doesn't break, that doesn't fold, that doesn't run, that doesn't cry when life throws punches. He hits back harder. You want to be that man? Then shut your mouth, open your schedule, and get to work, because this world, it doesn't care about your dreams. It doesn't care how much you believe. It only respects one thing, proof. And proof only comes through pain, through pressure, through persistence, through action so ruthless, so real, that they have no choice but to remember your name. So next time you say, I believe in myself, make sure your calendar agrees. Make sure your results agree. Make sure your work ethic screams louder than your words. Because if your belief isn't backed by grind, by sacrifice, by consistency, then it's just noise. It's just ego. And ego gets exposed. Ego gets crushed. Ego dies in the arena. But belief in motion, belief laced with obsession, that's legacy. So move like it, live like it, train like it. Be the man who doesn't just believe. Be the man who becomes. Start speaking it until you live it. Let me tell you something the weak will never understand. You don't have to feel like a beast to start acting like one. You don't have to believe in the power yet. You just have to speak it loudly, clearly, daily, with your chest. Because here's the law. What you say with conviction, you eventually become. You don't wait to believe. You speak it until you believe. You speak it until it shapes you. You speak it until your reality has no choice but to catch up. Look in the mirror and say it like you mean it. I'm focused. I'm built different. There is no plan B. I'm all in. I'm the hardest worker in the room. You're not saying it to impress anybody. You're saying it because you're programming a weapon, your mind. This isn't delusion. This is intention. This is mental warfare. And if you're not running that voice, if you're not commanding that inner world, someone else will. Here's what you don't realize. You've been affirming weakness your whole life. I'm tired. I'm not good enough. I'll probably fail. I'm just not confident. I don't think I can do it. Every time you say that junk, you're pouring gasoline on fear, on doubt, on small thinking. Cut it, burn it, kill it. From now on, your voice becomes your weapon. Your words become ammunition. You shoot down doubt with declaration. You beat back fear with force. You crush hesitation with confidence. Every morning, affirm like a savage. You wake up and say, I'm a machine. I'm locked in. I'm the storm, not the survivor. I don't just handle pressure, I dominate under it. I'm not trying to compete, I'm here to conquer. This isn't about pretending, this is about building. This is about laying the foundation of a killer mindset. You're not waiting on results. You're not waiting for someone to validate you. You speak the future into existence. You become the man you keep declaring. And here's the kicker. The world, it's slow. They only believe what they can see. But you You believe before anyone claps. You walk with that confidence before any trophies show up. You talk like a beast before the room ever respects you. Because real ones don't wait to be noticed. They train, they speak, they grind, they rise. Then one day the world has to notice. You know what most men do wrong? They stay silent. They suppress the fire. They walk around like they're average and get...
Six North. DoorDash.
You've got mail.
Drive west. Then turn left onto South Briar Hollow Lane.
Shit rain for goddamn 2 minutes.
Guess what? They become exactly that, average. But you're not here for average. You're not here to blend in. You're here to break through. So talk like it. Command your mind like a leader. Hype yourself like a king. Speak like a warrior preparing for war. Because that voice in your head, that's either your enemy or your greatest weapon. No one's coming to hype you up. No one's handing you belief. That's your job. That's your duty. You want respect? Start with your own voice. You want strength? Speak it before you see it. Because repetition breeds identity. And once you've repeated power long enough, it stops being a statement. It becomes who you are. So what now? You wake up tomorrow and...
Hey, you were talking about this street right there, right? Yes, sir. Okay.
Say, I don't beg for greatness. I bleed for it. I don't chase dreams. I hunt them down. This is my time. This is my story. This is my empire to build. You speak it over and over until you don't just say it, you live it. Start to walk like you're already there. This is where the pretenders fall off. This is where the talkers go silent. This is the line that separates the boys from the men, because belief alone isn't enough. You've believed. Good. Now it's time to embody it. Now it's time to walk like you're already there. Let others question themselves. Let others chase trends, doubt their worth, and hesitate in the heat. Not you. You move like a machine. You carry yourself like a weapon because you've been through hell and came out sharper. You faced doubt, fear, setbacks, and silence, and you didn't break. You built, you trained, you bled, and that shows up in how you walk. Not with arrogance, with command. not with noise, with presence. Because real men don't need to announce their greatness. They radiate it. They don't demand respect. They draw it with how they talk, how they move, how they carry themselves every second of every day. You walk into a room and own it without saying a word. Your eyes say, I've done the work. Your posture says, I'm built for pressure. Your energy says, I don't need to compete. I dominate. You want to lead? Then walk like a man who already owns the throne. You want people to follow? Then move like someone who's already forged the path. And let's get this straight. This isn't about pretending. This isn't fake it till you make it. That phrase is for people who are afraid to be real. No, this is about showing up like the man you've already earned the right to be. Because every day you grind, every day you improve, every day you fight, you're getting closer. So act like it, stand like it, speak like it, move like it. People feel it. They sense the weight of a man with purpose. They feel the fire of someone who doesn't flinch, doesn't fold, and doesn't ask for favors. Because men like that don't wait for their moment. They become it. You want respect? Carry yourself like a king without the crown. You want to win? Then stop walking like a maybe. Stop moving like a question mark. Start acting like a damn exclamation point. Straight back, calm breath, focused eyes, no wasted motion, no second guessing, no shrinking to make others feel safe. Because guess what? When you walk like you're already there, the world starts opening doors that used to be locked. People listen. Opportunities appear. The universe bends to the will of the man who acts like he's already conquered it. You're not a follower. You're not one of the guys. You're not here to fit in. You're here to build, lead, dominate, and leave a legacy. And that starts... show up. It starts with how you carry yourself. It starts the moment you decide, I'm not waiting to arrive, I'm walking like I'm already there. And everything I want, it's already mine. I'm just collecting it. So keep moving, keep building. Keep showing up like the king you are, even if the crown isn't on your head yet, because trust me, it will be. Look, the world will try to humble you. It'll tell you to wait your turn, to stay in your lane, to be realistic, to shrink yourself just enough to make others comfortable. But here's the truth. You weren't born to blend in. You were born to stand out, to rise above average, to challenge what's normal and rewrite what's possible. So don't listen when they say tone it down. Don't flinch when they say slow it down. And never, never settle for less than what you know you're capable of. If you don't believe in you, who will? Greatness doesn't wait for permission. It doesn't knock politely and ask if now is a good time. It kicks the door open. It walks in with purpose. And it owns the room before it even speaks. Because the road to greatness, it's not walked by the afraid. It's paved by people who believed in themselves long before the world ever did. So say it loud, say it clear. I'm not here to play small. I'm here to lead, to dominate, to become the best, not someday, but now. You weren't made to wait for the stars to align. You were made to shine, regardless of who's watching. So walk in like you own it. Speak like you mean it. Move like nothing can stop you. Let the world adjust to your fire, your passion, and your confidence. The comfort zone is a lie. Let me tell you the hard truth. Most people are never going to live the life they truly want. Not because they're not smart, not because they don't have the talent, but because they're too damn comfortable. They build a life that looks safe, but on the inside they're empty. They're bored. They're stuck. They sit there saying, maybe next year, maybe when I'm ready, maybe when I'm not scared. Let me break it to you. That maybe is a lie. There is no perfect time. You're not going to suddenly feel ready one day. Fear doesn't go away. You just learn to move through it. If you keep waiting, you'll look up one day and realize
You've got mail.
you've been stuck in the same spot for years, and it hits you. You've been living small, playing it safe, avoiding risk, and that's the real failure. The comfort zone, it doesn't protect you. It kills your drive. It makes you soft. It whispers, relax. Don't push. Stay where it's easy. But guess what? Nothing grows where it's easy. Not your potential. Not your confidence, not your future. You want to level up? You're going to have to do things that make your stomach turn. You're going to have to speak when your voice shakes. You're going to have to act when you're not sure what's coming next. You're going to have to take risks. Every strong man you admire, every leader, every winner, every success story, they stepped into the unknown. They took hits. They failed. They got back
You've got mail. You've got mail.
up, and they kept swinging. Why? Because comfort never built a warrior. Comfort never made a man proud of himself. Comfort never created legacy. And let's be real, if you're not taking risks, if you're not pushing past fear, then you're not growing. You're not improving. You're just existing. You think you got time? You don't. Life moves fast, and every day you waste hiding in comfort is a day you could have been building something real. You want purpose? You want power? You want to look in the mirror and respect the man you see? Then you've got to step out. You've got to off. You'll never feel fully ready, but you don't need to be ready. You need to be brave, because in the end, the comfort zone won't give you a life worth living, but risk absolutely will. Fear is proof you are alive. You ever feel that rush, that thunder in your chest when you're about to do something that actually matters? That moment right before you step up, speak out, or show the world what you've got? That voice in your head starts screaming, what if I fail? What if I look like an idiot? What if I get rejected, humiliated, exposed? Good. That's proof you're still in the game. That's your body, your soul, your spirit telling you this matters. Because if it didn't matter, you wouldn't feel a thing. There'd be no fear, no heartbeat, no adrenaline. You'd just be drifting, numb, safe, soft. And that's not what you were born for. You weren't made to be some invisible, forgettable extra in the movie of life. You were made to be the one who shows up, the one who walks into the fire, the one who hears the fear and moves anyway. Fear is not your enemy, it's your GPS. We're taught to see fear as something bad, to run from it, to numb it, to avoid it at all costs. But that's not what fear is. Fear is a signal. Fear is your mind trying to protect you, but it's also trying to lead you. It's a compass pointing straight at the thing that will change you forever. Because let me tell you something, if you're scared to speak, that's exactly where your voice is waiting to be unlocked. If you're scared to act, that's where your strength is hiding. If you're scared to go for it, then that is where your destiny begins. Bravery is built in the fire. You don't become a man by hiding from fear. You become a man by confronting it again and again and again until you realize it was never about eliminating fear. It was about dominating it. You think warriors don't feel fear before battle? You think champions don't have doubts before the game? You think leaders don't second-guess themselves before taking the shot? They all do. But the difference is, they don't let it stop them. They move through it. They use it as fuel. Because once you understand that fear is just a door, you stop standing outside and you start kicking it wide open. You don't have to be fearless, you have to be relentless. Forget trying to be fearless. Fearless is a myth. Even lions feel fear before they pounce. What matters is being relentless, unshakable, willing to walk into the storm with your chest out and your jaw clenched. That's power. That's masculinity. That's the stuff that separates the boys from the men. Real men don't run from fear. They hunt it down. They say, if this scares me, then I'm going straight through it. They know that the cost of playing small is far greater than the risk of failing. The pain of regret is far more painful than the pain of fear. Think about this. Fear lasts seconds. Regret can last a lifetime. You'll forget the stutter in your voice. You'll forget the awkward moment. You'll forget the fall. But what you won't forget is the time you didn't speak up. The time you stayed silent, the time you let fear win, that... Echo in your mind louder than any embarrassment ever could. And one day, you'll be staring at the mirror, asking yourself, what could I have been if I didn't let fear choose for me? Time doesn't wait for the fear to leave. Let's get real. The clock is ticking whether you're scared or not. The world doesn't pause because you're nervous. Opportunities don't wait around until you feel ready. And truth is, you may never feel ready, but you've got to move anyway. You've got to step into the moment like it's your last shot, because it might be. You never know when that window closes. And the difference between the man who wins and the one who stays stuck, one moved despite fear. The other, he just waited for fear to disappear. So here's the challenge. Stop asking, what if I fail? Start asking, what if I win? What if this is the moment everything changes? What if this is the beginning of the life I've always wanted? Because deep down, you already know. You know that your dream lives on the other side of fear. You know that if you don't chase it now, you'll regret it forever. You know that the man you're meant to become is waiting on the other side of that fear, with his arms crossed, watching to see what you do next. So what are you gonna do? Hide or rise, freeze or fight, cower or conquer? Because fear might show up, but if you've got the guts to look it in the eyes and walk right through it, that's where everything changes. You have to walk through the fear. Fear is proof you're alive, but courage is proof you're in control. So next time your heart's pounding, your hands are shaking, your brain's screaming, no, smile, because you've just found the edge. And real men don't step back from the edge. They jump, they build wings on the way down, and they rise. That's how you live. That's how you grow. That's how you win. Risk is the bridge to everything you want. Let's get one thing straight. Everything you want, the power, the purpose, the pride, it's all on the other side of risk. You want the body that turns heads, the business that changes your life, the confidence to walk into any room like you own it, the freedom to live on your own terms. It all demands risk. You don't get greatness by playing it safe. You don't become legendary from the comfort zone. You don't unlock your full potential by avoiding fear. Risk is the price. And most men aren't willing to pay it. They talk about goals. Dream big, they make plans and write lists and wait for the right time. But when it's time to leap, they freeze because they're scared. Scared of failing, scared of being judged, scared of the unknown, scared of losing. But here's the truth they avoid. You're losing right now. Every second you hesitate, you lose ground. Every day you play small, you lose momentum. Every time you let fear win, you lose yourself. Yeah, taking risks is scary. You might fall, you might mess up, people might laugh, you might even lose for a while. But let me ask you this. What's more terrifying, failing now or being 80 years old, looking back knowing you never even tried? Because failure hurts, no doubt. But regret haunts you. It eats away at you. It whispers, you could have been more. You want to know what separates real men from the rest? They risk. They step up when it's uncomfortable. They leap while others wait. They make bold moves and bet on themselves, even when the odds aren't perfect. Why? Because they know that risk is the bridge between who you are and who you're meant to be. The man who takes risks becomes dangerous. Dangerous in the best way. Focused, relentless, unstoppable, because he's not scared of failure anymore. He's scarred from growth. So listen to me. Stop waiting. Stop overthinking. Stop playing small like you've got forever. You don't. Your window is now. So take the risk. Send the message. Start the business. Speak up. Stand tall. Say yes to the hard path. And when fear shows up, Smile, because it means you're about to grow. It means you're about to become dangerous. It means you're crossing the bridge, the one that most people never even step on. Let them stay behind. Let them stay safe. You're built for more. You're built to rise. You're built to lead. You're built to risk. And when the dust settles, you'll know without a doubt. You became everything you were meant to be because you crossed the bridge. Life's not fair, it's not easy, it's not forgiving, but it is simple. You either step up and take control of your life, or you don't. You either bet on yourself, or you wait around hoping someone else will, and most people, they wait. They wait for the perfect time. They wait until they feel ready. They wait for some kind of permission from the world, from people, from life itself. But here's the truth most people don't want to admit. The perfect time doesn't exist. No one is going to give you permission, and you're never going to feel 100% ready. If you keep waiting for those things, you'll waste your whole life standing still. But you're not like most people. You have something burning inside you, a drive, a vision, a sense that you're meant for more. You don't want to just exist. You want to build, grow, conquer, evolve. And that requires one thing above everything else. You have to bet on yourself. That means making the choice to go after what you want, even when you're scared, even when the odds look bad, even when people laugh, doubt, or walk away. Because at the end of the day, this is your life, not theirs, not your parents', not your teachers, not your friends, not society's, yours. And the brutal truth is this: if you don't take full responsibility for your own life, no one else will. Nobody's coming to push you. Nobody's coming to carry you. Nobody's going to drag you toward your dream. You have to decide to rise, to fight, to build, to change, to say, I might not know everything, I might not feel ready, but I will not sit on the sidelines of my own life anymore. That's the moment everything starts. That's when the game changes. When you bet on yourself, you start thinking differently. You stop playing the victim. You stop blaming other people for where you are. You stop making excuses, and you start making moves. And yes, it's going to be uncomfortable. Yes, you're going to fail. Yes, you'll feel alone sometimes. But every time you take another step, you grow. Every time you show up when it's hard, you get stronger. Every time you move forward through fear, you become more dangerous. Because now you're not waiting on anything. You're not hoping. You're building. You're creating. You're becoming. And that's where confidence really comes from. Not fake confidence, not loud talk, not pretending to be something you're not. Real confidence. The kind that's earned. The kind that's built in silence, through pain, through pressure, through hard days and lonely nights. And you can't fake that. You can't buy that. You have to go through the fire to earn that. People will look at you and wonder how you got so confident, how you're so disciplined, how you keep going. They won't understand that it all started with one thing. You bet on yourself when no one else did. You didn't wait for approval. You didn't ask for permission. You just moved. You put in the work. You stayed. You got better. Bit by bit, day by day, month after month. You didn't need someone to tell you it was possible. You decided it was. That's what separates winners from the rest. Not talent, not luck, not connections. Belief. And not just belief in the outcome, belief in the process, belief in your work ethic, belief in your ability to adapt, to fight, to learn, to come back stronger. So ask yourself, do you want a comfortable life or a meaningful one? Do you want to avoid failure, or do you want to chase something that actually matters? Do you want to impress people, or do you want to become someone you respect? The man who bets on himself doesn't wait for clarity, he creates it. He doesn't chase comfort, he embraces pressure. He doesn't play not to lose, he plays to win. And yes, it's hard. You'll be misunderstood. You'll be doubted. You'll be ignored. But in the end, you'll become something most people never do. Free. Free from fear. Free from regret. Free from the trap of living the same year over and over again. You had the courage to say, no matter what happens, I'm going after it. I'm all in. I'm not waiting. I bet on me. Let them laugh. Let them question. Let them doubt. Just keep showing up. Keep growing. Keep grinding. Keep becoming. You won't always win every day. But if you stay in the game long enough, if you outlast the noise and outwork the fear, you will win. You will build that life. You will become that man. You will feel that fire in your chest and finally realize it was always inside you. All you had to do was bet on yourself. Every time, no matter what, through the highs, through the lows, with fear, with doubt, with pain, with pressure, you choose to go forward. And that's what makes you unstoppable. The comfort zone is a lie. Let me tell you the hard truth. Most people are never... You say you want it. You say you've got goals. You say you're chasing success. But here's the truth. You're not obsessed with it. Not yet. Because if you were, you wouldn't be showing up only when it's easy. You wouldn't be making excuses. You wouldn't be giving half the effort and expecting full results. Success doesn't care about the interested. It belongs to the obsessed, the ones who live it, breathe it.
You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got...
Sacrifice for it, bleed for it. The ones who wake up with fire in their chest and refuse to accept anything less than greatness. These are the people who don't settle. They don't wait for permission. They don't back down when it gets tough. They lean in. So if you're tired of feeling stuck, tired of watching others rise while you stay in the same place, then hear this. This is your wake-up call. Because if you're not locked in, if you're not fully committed, if you're not obsessed with reaching the top, you won't make it. From this moment forward, it's all or nothing. No more halfway, no more talking. It's time to move, to build, to earn it. Interest gets you started. Obsession keeps you going. Let's get one thing straight. Interest is cute, it's fun, it's light. It feels good in the beginning. You get excited, you make a plan, you watch a few hype videos and start telling people, I'm gonna change my life. For a week, sure. For a month, maybe. But when life punches you in the mouth, when the excitement wears off and the pressure kicks in, interest folds. Interest hits snooze. Interest disappears. That's why most people never make it, because they relied on interest. They depended on motivation, and the second it got uncomfortable, they ran. But obsession, that's a different beast. Obsession doesn't care how you feel. Obsession doesn't need a mood, a playlist, or a perfect morning routine. Obsession doesn't beg for motivation. It creates movement. It's not about wanting to be great. It's about refusing to be average. When you're obsessed, you have purpose. You don't wake up looking for comfort. You wake up to conquer. You look at your dreams like a battlefield. And every damn day you're showing up to go to war. You don't say, I'll try. You say, I will. You don't say, maybe tomorrow. You say, if not now, then when? When you're obsessed, you don't need applause. You don't need a crowd. You're not chasing likes. You're chasing legacy. This isn't about attention. It's about domination. It's about building something so real, so solid that nothing can shake it. Not doubt, not failure, not fear. Because when you're obsessed, those things don't break you. They feed you. You get addicted to growth, addicted to progress, addicted to putting in the work when nobody's watching. You become the kind of person who stops apologizing for being intense, who doesn't dumb it down or shrink back to make others comfortable. You're not built for average. You're not wired for mediocrity. You're not here to blend in. You're here to take over. And that requires sacrifice. Sacrificing comfort, sacrificing distractions, sacrificing anything that slows you down or softens your edge. You say no to the party, no to the easy way out, no to wasting time with people who don't have the guts to chase their own potential, because you've said yes to your future. You've said yes to the man you're becoming. This isn't a phase. This isn't a temporary grind. This isn't some half-hearted project. This is war, and you're the one swinging the sword. Obsession means you don't just want it, you need it. It's in your blood, it's in your bones, it's in your breath when you wake up and in your silence before you sleep. You're not doing this for applause. You're doing this because it's who you are now. You don't try to win, you expect it. You don't hope to improve, you demand it from yourself. Because success isn't a bonus, it's not an extra, it's not a luxury, it's your responsibility, it's your life's work, and you're going to show the world exactly what happens when a man stops being interested and becomes obsessed. Obsession isn't loud. It's not standing on a stage screaming your goals to the world. It's not motivational quotes, fancy planners, or posting your grind on social media. It's not for show. Obsession is quiet. It's silent discipline when the world is asleep. It's focus so sharp, so unshakable, that even time starts to bend to your will. It's locking in when nobody's cheering, when the room is empty, when no one is texting you, calling you, or checking on your progress. It's showing up every single day when your body aches, your mind is tired, and your heart is screaming for comfort, and you still choose discipline over dopamine. That's obsession. It's staying late when everyone else has packed up and gone home. It's waking up before the sun, getting those extra reps in, rewriting the plan at 2 a.m., and still being the first one ready to go the next morning. It's not glamorous, it's gritty, it's raw, it's real. It's sacrificing comfort for greatness. It's being the one who doesn't skip the hard part, the one who doesn't need an audience, the one who's building in the dark while everyone else is sleeping in soft beds and chasing temporary pleasure. Obsession isn't for the interested, it's for the possessed. The ones who don't need permission, motivation, or applause. You want to know what real obsession looks like? It's studying when everyone's partying. It's training while others scroll. It's doing the hard things when they stop being exciting. It's the ability to stay locked in after the hype wears off, because the hype always wears off. When the fire dies down, obsession is what keeps you moving. It's doing the work without whining, grinding without complaining, failing, adjusting, and attacking again without flinching. While others are asking, is it worth it? You're already too deep in. You're not thinking about quitting, you're thinking about how to evolve, how to dominate, how to leave no doubt. You're not chasing validation, you're chasing greatness. And greatness doesn't respond to the casual, the curious, or the comfortable. It answers to the obsessed. You have to be obsessed with becoming the man you said you'd be. Obsessed with growth, so much that comfort feels like a threat. Obsessed with discipline, so much that laziness disgusts you. Obsessed with that vision in your head that nobody else can see, but you know it's real. Let them laugh. Let them doubt you. Let them think you're crazy. Because what they call crazy today, they'll call legendary tomorrow. The world doesn't hand success to the motivated. It doesn't give trophies to the ones who kind of wanted it. It belongs to the relentless, the warriors, the ones who show up when no one's watching and still go all in. So if you're tired, good. If it hurts, good. If it feels lonely, perfect. You're on the right path, because this is what obsession really looks like. And if you can handle that, there's nothing you can't take, nothing you can't build, nothing you can't become. You have to outwork the world. No one's coming to save you. No one's giving you a damn thing. You want it? Then go take it. And the only way you do that is to outwork every single person who even thinks about wanting the same thing. Let's get one thing straight. Talent is nothing without effort. Intelligence? Useless if you're lazy. Desire? Pointless if you're not doing the work. The grind doesn't care how gifted you are. The grind respects results. And the world? It's cold. It's cruel. It's not fair. And it doesn't owe you anything. You get exactly what you put in. Nothing more. Nothing less. Right now, some guy is waking up before you, running harder than you, lifting heavier than you, studying longer than you, outworking you. He's skipping the parties. He's ignoring distractions. He's locked in. While you're scrolling your phone, he's building his future. And when the moment comes, he's gonna take what you thought was yours. Not because he was better, but because he was obsessed. And that word, obsession, that's the difference between the ones who talk and the ones who dominate. You don't have to compare yourself to anyone, but you do have to outwork everyone and be obsessed with the grind. You want the life? Cool. You better want the sacrifice more. You better want the pain, the lonely nights, the early mornings, the repetition, the brutal, thankless work. Because the spotlight you're dreaming of, that moment, that feeling, it's earned when no one's watching. When it's dark, when you're dead tired, when no one believes in you. That's where champions are made. This isn't about finding balance. This isn't about self-care and taking breaks. This is war. And in war, you either show up ready to bleed, or you go home and cry about it. You want to separate yourself from the average? You want to shut the mouths of every doubter, every hater, every excuse maker? Show up and outwork them, because nobody's going to hand you anything. Nobody cares about your feelings. Nobody's writing your story for you. You think champions feel motivated every day? Hell no. They feel disciplined. They feel focused. They feel unbreakable because they built that rep by rep, day by day. You keep saying you want to win. You keep posting quotes saying, I'm built different. Cool story. But here's the truth. You're not built different until you move different, until you sacrifice different, until you work different, until you're in the gym after everyone's left, still studying when everyone else gave up, still pushing when it burns like hell. That's what makes you different. So what's it going to be? Are you going to be the guy with potential who did nothing, or the savage who never stopped? Because someday soon, someone's going to get what you wanted, and it'll be the guy who trained harder, focused longer, sacrificed more, refused to quit. And you'll look in the mirror and realize you could have had it, but you didn't earn it. So here's the play. Lock in, go dark, get ruthless, get obsessed, and don't come up for air until you've earned everything you said you wanted. No excuses, no backup plan, no half-assed effort. Outwork the world or get outworked. Those are your only two options. Let's be real. If you're still trying to succeed, you've already lost. Because success doesn't come to guys who try sometimes. It comes to men who've made it their way of life. Men who don't just work hard, they are hard. Men who don't chase motivation, they've replaced it with something stronger, identity. See, it's one thing to want results. It's another thing to wake up every morning feeling like you're not alive unless you're building something. That's obsession. That's power. That's what separates a man with a dream from a man on a mission. You want to win? Make progress part of your DNA. Make discipline a non-negotiable. Make success feel like oxygen. Like if you're not improving, you're suffocating. Because once you become the kind of man who needs to level up, you stop quitting. You stop making excuses. You stop waiting for the right time. You create it. Here's the truth. You don't rise to your goals. You fall to your identity. If you don't see yourself as a winner, you'll sabotage yourself every time. You'll make just enough progress to feel good, then stop. But if you flip the switch, if you build your identity around hunger, drive, and obsession, you don't need reminders. You don't need permission. You don't need hype. You just go. Because now it's not about trying, it's about living. Discipline becomes natural. Grinding becomes normal. Sacrificing becomes automatic. Why? Because it's who you are now. You don't force yourself to work anymore. You crave it. You need it. And you don't compare yourself to anyone else because you're too locked in on building your own path. Other people post, you work. Other people talk, you show results. Other people slow down, you press harder. That's the power of identity. It keeps you locked in. It keeps you dangerous. You don't need applause anymore. You don't need approval. You don't need anyone to say, good job. Because once you become obsessed with your own growth, you stop caring about validation. You don't chase followers. You don't care if they lie.
In the name
you
of,
don't explain yourself to anyone. You just
the name of the
execute
page
day in,
is
day
Stoic
out.
Soul.
Look, there are two types of men in this world. The
Saw
ones
you.
who pretend to want it, and the ones who live like there's no other option. Which one are you? If you're the first, you'll keep quitting. You'll keep restarting. You'll keep watching other people pass you. But if you're the second, you become a machine, a storm, a problem the world can't ignore. You'll stop breaking down when life gets tough, and you'll start getting stronger every time it does. That's identity. It's when people ask, how does he stay so consistent? How does he never miss? How does he stay focused? And the answer is simple. It's just who I am now. You're not doing this for likes. You're not doing it for status. You're doing it because there's a man in your head you haven't met yet, and you will meet him, no matter how long it takes. You're doing it because you've decided this is the only path you'll walk. No more bouncing between motivation and laziness. No.
Game code. 0918. Yeah, I think that's an Amazon truck. 0918. That was a banger. I just got two bangers back to back. I think both of them like 18 bucks a piece. So this is my lunch. It was really more. I made 50 more before I changed my zone. I made 50 before this 82 for lunch. I mean for dinner.
More on and off.
This the name. This the name of the channel. Stoic Soul. Yeah. What's up, Bailey? I'm not talking much. I'm just, listening to some of my inspiration videos. I'm just locked in, zoned out. So, about to flip the camera and get back to it. Appreciate you for joining. Bailey, hit that like button. I appreciate that, G.
No more average. You want it? Then prove it every single day. No more acting like the man you want to be. It's time to become him. So stop looking for the secret. Stop waiting for the perfect time. Stop begging the world to give you confidence. Instead, build it through effort, through pain, through repetition, through silence. Because when it's your identity, you don't need hype. You don't need eyes on you. You don't even need results right away. You just stay locked in, you outlast, you evolve, and then one day, the world looks up and says, where the hell did this guy come from? You didn't come out of nowhere, you built yourself in the dark. This is your identity now, not a hobby, not a mood, not a vibe, a lifestyle. This is how winners are made. This is how legacies are built. This is how ordinary boys become men the world remembers. So choose today. Either keep pretending or make it who you are. Because once it becomes your identity, you become unstoppable. No backup plan, no exit door. Just a man on a mission. So don't just want it. Be obsessed with it. Let it consume you. Let it sharpen you. Let it rebuild your habits, your mindset, your lifestyle from the ground up. Because in this life, you don't get what you kind of want. You get what you refuse to live without. Success? It ain't for the lukewarm. It's for the ones who wake up on fire. So if you're still here, drop the word relentless in the comments. Let me know you're built different. Let me know you watched all the way through. And hey, if this hits something deep, like the video, subscribe if you're chasing greatness. And share this with someone who needs to hear it. We're not just dreaming out here, we're doing. Everywhere you go, someone's talking, not to you, at you, telling you what to believe, how to act, what to want, what to chase. You get on the bus, someone's bragging. You walk through the hallway, someone's flexing. You scroll your feed, and there it is. He's more successful. She's more attractive. They're living a life you haven't even dreamed of yet. And suddenly, that inner peace you were holding on to, it cracks. Because now you're questioning yourself. You start wondering if you're behind. You start doubting your pace, your plan, your value, your path, and it eats away at you. Quietly at first, then louder, like a storm inside your chest that just won't shut up. That's the noise. And it's everywhere. It's in the music, in the ads, in the comment section. It's your friend telling you you're not doing enough. It's your relatives comparing you to someone else's kid. It's society holding a stopwatch to your dreams, yelling, faster, better, more. And here's the thing, if you don't learn to silence it, not with your hands over your ears, but with your mind sharpened like a blade, you will live your whole life trying to impress instead of trying to become. You'll spend years performing for people who wouldn't even clap if you won. You'll spend energy trying to be seen instead of being great. And the scariest part, you might forget who you were even trying to be in the first place. The world is loud, but you don't have to be. The world doesn't whisper, it screams. It pushes you into a mold. It throws you into a race you never signed up for. And then it asks you why you're tired. Be more, do more, look like this, think like that. It never stops. And most people, they fall for it. They see someone else's smile on a screen and assume that person's whole life is perfect. They compare their real pain to someone else's fake perfection. They measure their self-worth by someone else's numbers. But here's the cold truth. Most of what you see is fake.
You've got mail. 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 You've got mail.
Filtered, edited, scripted. Most people are out here trying to win approval from strangers who don't even think about them twice. They wear masks they can't take off. They speak like they've got it all together, but inside they're hollow. They're exhausted from pretending, because pretending is heavy, and lies always cost more than the truth. It's all noise, and if you let it in, it will drown you. It'll bury your instincts under doubt. It'll kill your momentum with distraction. It'll have you trying to keep up with people you don't even like. So let me ask you something real. When was the last time you heard your own voice without the echo of the world in your ears? When was the last time you sat down? No music, no validation, no scrolling, just you and the truth? When was the last time you moved because it felt right to you? Not because it was trendy, not because it was easy, but because it was yours. Because that's where the shift happens. That's where the fire starts. It's not in the noise. It's in the silence. It's in the space where you stop being distracted and start being dangerous. because now you're moving with intention. You don't need to be loud to be powerful. You don't need to be seen to be valuable. You don't need the crowd to validate your vision. Let them talk, let them laugh, let them doubt. You're not here to impress the world, you're here to change it. And that starts by learning to move in silence, focused, clear, relentless. Because while the world yells, you build, you rise, you work. And when you speak with results. Because a man who knows his path doesn't have to shout. His discipline is the volume. His work ethic is the statement. And his life, that's the proof. The path is yours. So are the rules. When you finally shut out the noise, when you stop scrolling, comparing, and seeking validation from people who don't even know who they are, something shifts, something powerful. You start to hear something deeper than the chaos. You start to hear clarity. And in that clarity, you realize something most people never will. You don't have to follow anyone's timeline. Not your parents, not your friends, not society's. You don't have to do things the way they've always been done. You don't need to go fast to go far. You don't need to be loud to be respected. And you definitely don't need to be seen to be successful. Your goals, they can be different. They should be. Let them call you crazy. Let them misunderstand. You weren't built to fit in. You were built to break the mold. Your success, it can be quiet. It can be slow. It can be built brick by brick in the shadows while the world screams for attention and burns out chasing trends. While they're busy trying to look successful, you'll be out here becoming unstoppable. Because you're not here to impress. You're here to progress. And sometimes that means making tough calls. It means cutting out the voices, even the ones closest to you, that don't understand your fire. Even if they mean well, even if they love you, even if they think they're protecting you, they won't always get it. And that's okay. It's not their dream. It's not their mountain. It's not their blood, sweat, and late nights. It's not their path to walk. It's yours. So walk it like a man, with your head up, with purpose, with grit in your chest and steel in your spine. Even if no one claps, even if no one notices, even if it's just you showing up, grinding, learning, getting better. Because this is what real men do. They don't whine, they don't beg, they build in silence, in solitude, in strength. And one day when the noise dies down and the crowd moves on to the next distraction, you'll still be there, standing, solid, unshakable. Because the dream doesn't become real when the world believes in you. It becomes real when the noise becomes irrelevant. So walk your path, live by your rules, and never forget, lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. The noise won't stop, so you have to learn to move anyway. Let's get real. The noise, it doesn't stop, it doesn't fade. It doesn't care about your dreams, your plans, or how badly you want it. The noise is permanent. It shows up in your family, in your so-called friends, in the scroll of social media, in the disapproving comments. People will always talk, and they talk the loudest when they see someone trying to break free. Because deep down, your effort reminds them of their excuses. Your drive shines a light on everything they're not doing, and that makes people uncomfortable. So what do? They throw shade, they spread doubt, they minimize your goals, they mock your consistency, they whisper like they know better, but they've done nothing. They've built nothing, achieved nothing. Talk like they're qualified to judge you. Let me tell you something. Most people never make it. Not because they weren't gifted, not because they weren't smart, but because they let the noise become their truth. They let outside voices drown out the fire inside. That's the real tragedy. They were built for more. Settled. They had the tools. but they stopped using them. They let opinions become chains. They let judgment become paralysis. But you're not most people. You've had enough of living small, enough of shrinking just to fit in, enough of caring about who claps, who laughs, or who understands. You're not here to be understood. You're here to become undeniable. You're not walking this path for validation. You're walking it because something in your gut tells you this is who you're supposed to become. It's not about ego. It's not about fame. It's about evolution. It's about the man you're becoming, a man with standards, a man with purpose, a man who doesn't need noise, praise, or permission. Listen, if you want to be great, you've got to accept something most people never do. It's going to be loud. There will be doubt. There will be criticism. There will be moments you question everything, your path, your ability, your reason for starting. But what separates the elite from the average isn't talent. It's not luck. It's the ability to keep moving through the noise, no matter how loud it gets, no matter how heavy the pressure feels, no matter who doesn't believe, even if nobody does. You have to keep your vision locked in. Eyes forward, chin up, chest out. Not arrogant, just undeniably certain, because you don't need their approval. You don't need their permission. You just need to decide, I'm doing this, and nothing's going to stop me. The world will throw distractions. It will test your focus, your patience, your hunger. But your job is simple. Don't stop. Don't fold. Don't flinch. Let them talk. Let them underestimate. Let them doubt you, because one day they'll look back and say, damn, I didn't see it then, but he really did it. And that day, that moment, it won't matter what they said, because you'll already be too far ahead for the noise to catch up. So walk with discipline, train with intensity, speak with purpose, and move like a man on a mission. Because that's exactly who you are. You weren't made to be average. You weren't made to sit on the sidelines. You were made to lead, to build, to rise. The noise won't stop. So learn to move anyway. Stay locked in. Your focus is your power. Let me tell you something real. In this noisy, distracted world, focus is a superpower. Not money, not status, not talent. Focus. The ability to lock in while everyone else drifts off. Because while they're busy chasing clout, you're chasing purpose. While they're watching others win, you're building in silence, brick by brick. While they're lost in likes, you're dialed in on legacy. That's what separates the boys from the men. It's not genetics, it's not luck, it's the ability to block out the noise and get back to work. See, this world is full of distractions, your phone, their opinions, the pressure, the fear. But when you're locked in, nothing touches you. You don't flinch, you don't fold. You don't get caught up in the drama, the gossip, the trends. Why? Because you've got a mission, a vision, something deep in your chest that keeps burning when everything else fades. You don't need permission. You don't need a crowd clapping. You don't need to announce every move. You move in silence. You grind in silence. And when it's time, you let your results speak so loud they shut the room down. It's not about being perfect. It's not about being popular. It's not about being seen. It's about showing up when it's hard, when it's boring, when no one is watching, when you feel tired, when you feel doubt creeping in. You stay locked in anyway, because that's where the real ones rise. That's where the separation happens. Discipline over distraction, grit over gossip, focus over everything. You're not here to scroll your life away. You're here to build something real with your name on it. So don't break, don't bend. Don't let the temporary steal the permanent. Let them waste their time. Let them laugh. Let them sleep. While they drift, you lock in. While they play, you train. While they quit, you continue. And one day when the lights are on and the world starts paying attention, they'll say it happened overnight. But you'll know the truth. It was the focus, the hours, the obsession, that discipline, that tunnel vision. That's what made you, because everything fades, the applause, the hype, the noise, but the work you did, the focus you kept, that's what stays, that's what speaks, that's what lasts. So stay locked in, stay dangerous, stay dialed in on the mission, because your focus is your power. So no, you don't have to shout back at the world. You don't have to explain yourself to people who are never really listening. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. You don't need their approval. You don't need their applause. You just need to lock in, stay focused, keep building, let them talk, let them doubt, let them scroll, let them laugh. Because while they're distracted by noise, you're working in silence. You're building something they'll never understand until it's too late. You stay quiet. And let your results make the noise. Let your discipline echo through every wind. Let your success do the talking. And if you're on this journey, if you're about growth, focus, and becoming something real, go watch my new video. Unlock the power of discipline. It'll shift your mindset and fuel your grind. Links in the description. Like the video, drop a comment with "I'm locked in" if you're serious about building in silence. Subscribe for more. This is Stoic Soul. We don't chase attention. We chase greatness. Most people never reach their true potential, not because their body couldn't handle it, but because their mind gave up too soon. You know that voice in your head? The one that whispers, "This is too hard, you're too tired, you've done enough." That voice is the enemy. And if you listen to it, you'll never see what you're really capable of. Because the truth is, you're not even close to your limit. You're just close to the edge of your comfort zone. Big difference. Your body still has more. Your heart's still beating. But your mind, it's trying to shut you down because it doesn't like pain. It doesn't like pressure. It wants easy. But you didn't come this far to settle for easy. You're here to break limits, to push through that voice, to prove that what's inside you is stronger than anything that tries to stop you. Because that moment, when your mind says, "I'm done," that's not the end. That's the beginning of who you could become. Your mind will quit before your body does, but only if you let it. Your mind builds walls. Your effort breaks them. Your mind is the first battlefield. Before the world ever doubts you, before the weight gets heavy, before the setbacks hit, it's your own mind that turns on you first. It doesn't come at you loud. It comes quiet, subtle, soft. Whispers like, "You're tired. It's too much. You've done more than enough for today. Just take it easy. You deserve it." And if you're not wide awake, if you're not sharp, locked in, battle ready, you'll believe those lies. You'll back off when you should double down. You'll slow down when you should go harder. You'll quit when you're just inching toward the breakthrough. Because here's what you've got to understand. Your mind doesn't care about your goals. It cares about your comfort, your safety, your survival. But survival is not the mission. Dominance is, growth is, self-mastery is. And those don't live in the comfort zone. They live past it. Buried beneath pain, pressure, resistance, and struggle. The average man, he hears the voice of fatigue and he folds. He mistakes that voice for his limit. But the warrior, the one who's locked in on a mission, he hears the same voice and he smirks. Because he knows, that's not my limit. That's just the alarm system in my brain trying to pull me back into the cage. And you weren't made for cages. You were made for conquest. Let me say that again for the man still doubting himself. You were made to conquer, not coast. You were made to break walls, not build excuses. You were made to go beyond what's reasonable, what's expected, what's normal. Because normal men live small lives. They chase pleasure. They run from pain. They do just enough to get by, and then wonder why they're empty inside. But not you. You don't want the soft life. You don't want the easy path. You want to earn your strength. You want to sweat for your self-respect. You want to become undeniable. And to do that, you've got to get comfortable being uncomfortable. You've got to rewire your entire operating system. You've got to hear the voice in your head saying, stop, and reply with cold steel in your voice. Not today. You've got to wake up every day and declare, I'm not here to be average. I'm not here to survive. I'm not here to participate. I'm here to take over. And the takeover doesn't happen in the spotlight. It happens in the dark, when no one's watching, when it's just you and the weights, you and the work, you and that voice in your head. And if you want to win this game, you better learn how to fight in the silence, to bleed in the shadows, to train when it's boring, to show up when you feel empty. Because anyone can grind when it's easy, when the music's loud, when the crowd's cheering, when the energy is high. But it's the man who shows up when everything in him says not to, that's the one who builds legacy. So hear me when I say this. Every time you feel weak and you keep going, you're building a new weapon. Every time you want to quit and you push harder, you're sharpening your edge. Every time you hear that soft little voice begging for comfort and you respond with more, that's when you become dangerous. Not to the world, but to the old you, the weaker you, the version of you that let the mind win for far too long. That version dies here. Because today something shifts. Today you stop treating your thoughts like commands. Today you stop asking for permission. Today you stop letting comfort write your future. From this day forward, effort writes it, discipline writes it, pain writes it, sweat writes it. Because effort is the key that opens every locked door. Effort is the wrecking ball that crushes every mental wall. Effort is the antidote to weakness. So when the voice says, this is your limit, you reply, my effort decides my limit, not my mind. When it says, it's not worth it, you say, then why does it matter so much to me? And when it screams, you can't go any further, you smile and you keep going anyway. That's how men are made. That's how greatness is born. That's how you go from average to unstoppable. This is your war, your path, your time. And from this moment on, your mind doesn't run the show. Your effort does. Your potential lives past the pain. Most people talk about their goals like they're guaranteed, like success is a matter of time, like one day, it'll just happen, but it won't. Not until you earn it, not until you bleed for it, not until you go through the kind of pain that makes most people give up, and you choose to keep going anyway. Because pain is not your enemy, it's the gate, and on the other side of that gate is everything you want. Strength, respect, discipline, power, legacy. But you'll never touch any of it if you back off when it gets hard. You think your limits are real? You think your body's telling the truth when it says enough? No, that's your mind playing tricks. That's weakness whispering in your ear, hoping you'll fold like everyone else. But not you. You're built for more. You're not here to live soft, you're here to dominate. And domination doesn't happen without war. War against comfort, war against weakness, war against every lazy thought in your head telling you to quit. You've got to go through the struggle, you've got to walk through hell, because greatness isn't given, it's earned in blood. You build strength in the final reps, you build grit in the extra hours, you build power when you feel like collapsing, and you keep going anyway. That's what most people will never understand. They chase results, but they avoid the pain that creates them. They want the finish line but hate the uphill climb. But you live for the climb. You feed off the grind. You thrive in the fire. Because that fire, that's your forge. That's where your potential gets melted down, crushed, reshaped, and reborn into something indestructible. You think the strongest men got there by accident, by doing what was easy, by staying comfortable? No, they suffered. They pushed when everything said stop. They crawled when their legs gave out. They refused to quit when no one else was watching. And that's what it takes. You want to know what separates the ones who dream from the ones who build empires? It's what they do when it hurts. Pain is the crucible. It doesn't just test you, it reveals you. It shows the difference between the man who only talks about doing great things and the man who actually becomes something great. And you don't get there by luck. You get there by refusing to stop. When your legs are screaming, when your vision is blurry, when your mind says this is too much, you say good. You say bring it. You say let it hurt. I'm still not backing down. Because you're not just building muscle, you're building character, you're building resilience, you're building that savage version of you who doesn't break, no matter what. And that version is dangerous. He's locked in, focused, unstoppable, because he's already been through the fire and he's still standing. So next time it burns, don't run. Next time it breaks you down, don't fold. Next time it hurts so bad you can barely breathe, smile. Smile because you're exactly where you need to be. That pain you feel, that's your body adapting. That's your mind leveling up. That's your soul going to war with every excuse that's ever held you back. So stop wishing for it to be easier. Start getting addicted to hard. Fall in love with the discomfort. Because the longer you can suffer with purpose, the further you'll go. Your potential isn't hiding in comfort, it's buried in pain. And the only way to reach it is to earn it, day by day, rep by rep, battle after battle. You keep showing up, you keep hurting, you keep climbing, because you're not after what's easy, you're after what's eternal. And when it's all said and done, when the rest have quit, when the crowd has vanished, when no one's left but you in the road, you'll know. You didn't just survive the pain, you used it. You turned it into fire. You turned it into fuel. You turned it into you, the real you, the unstoppable you. You are always stronger than you think. You've been lied to, not by others, not by your enemies, but by the one person you listen to the most, yourself. Your mind has been feeding you limits, feeding you stories, telling you you're done, you're tired, you're not built for more. But here's the truth. Your body has 10 times more strength than your mind believes. And you will never tap into that strength until you go through hell and decide, I'm not done yet. The limits you feel, they're not physical. They're walls your mind built to keep you safe. Not strong, not dangerous, not elite, safe. But safe has never built warriors. Safe has never forged greatness. Safe is the graveyard where potential is buried. You don't become powerful by playing nice with pain. You don't become legendary by backing down when it hurts. You become powerful when you stare down the storm and say, is that all you've got? When your muscles are screaming, when your lungs feel like fire, when your heart is pounding through your chest, and every voice inside says, this is it. You've reached the end. That's when the real voice steps in. The voice of the warrior. The voice that whispers, no. This is where it begins. This is where boys are separated from men. This is where average bows to elite. This is where the weak collapse and the relentless rise. Because here's what nobody tells you. Pain is not the enemy. Pain is the gatekeeper. Pain is the test. And only those willing to suffer, to bleed, to die, and be reborn in the fire, They're the ones who find what's waiting on the other side. You want strength? You want great...